Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome back for episode, well, day 8 of Farlandiversary 2025, I guess. Figured since I've been trying to keep more on top of things, I should kind of address the followers, the recent followers, since that's kind of something I've been starting to do, being a bit more analytical and journey here. Tibulon and Paslarity. Sorry about the butchering of the names, but those folks have followed me. I appreciate that. Might as well address the new followers for the Twitch and YouTube subscriber count has, I think, changed a good number. Yet again. Indeed, it has. Just wanted to see where it was when I last would have done it on the 18th. Yeah, it's around the same actually. It jumped up and it jumped back down, so it's the same. Should be around the same. But anyway, Journey of the Farlands. World size is 54.811 gigabytes. And we pick up where we left off, of course, at the end, right when I raided Leupho. And of course, Leupho was actually made it to the Farlands, so that was really cool to see. I actually did get to witness it. Well, took a bit of suffocation damage, but I did actually get to witness that, which was really cool. I witnessed, like, I think Celestial Gaze go to the Farlands. I think that was the first person I got to see go to the Farlands. I've heard of other people reaching the other people reached the Farlands, I think, after I started my journey, obviously. But that was like I think Leupho was like the first one with someone that I had talked to a lot, and that, like, it was really cool to see. Because, I talked a bunch to Leupho, and Leupho was just really chill and really cool person, from what I got to see anyway. And, really, it was just, man, what more can I say? It was just a time to be had for sure. And, of course, seeing the Farlands and all the excited reaction and just the nerve and everything, just it was a real moment. And yeah, man, it's just got me all the more excited to see myself reach that point too. Not to make it selfish, I don't want to go that direction, but I mean, yeah, I guess people will probably start asking about my own journey now that that Leupho's journey has been completed for the most part for now. I think Leupho was debating going to the corner Farlands at some point, but more probably not a speedrunny journey, of course. Also, that journey was done in like 5 months too, which, yeah, that's just crazy. That's next level. That's next level awesome. So yeah, definitely do. I don't know if Leupho has any like YouTube or anything. I don't know, but Leupho does have like the VOD for it. But it was a really cool moment, regardless, in like the Farland community or whatever you want, or just Minecraft community. Like, oh, it's always cool seeing people reach the Farlands. It's kind of a fun thing to see, just in general. It's often kind of easy to point it into just like the Farland, but I mean, it's Minecraft as a whole. It's a pretty big feat to do. It's a lot of work. It's a big thing, and yeah, it's just whenever it happens with new people, it's great. And someone else actually went to reach the Farlands too. They did another, I think, another corner or another journey of some kind. I didn't get to look too deep into it, but people, of course, are doing all sorts of things, all over the world. So it's really neat to see. Anyway, so yeah, I got to witness that anyway, and of course, I'm coming off of this for this day of Farlandiversary. I actually took a bit of a break because I was visiting with friends and stuff. That's kind of I think the last break I'll probably take before the end of journey, just because I don't want to interrupt the end of the journey too much, the final push and all that. So it was good to take a few days. Obviously, I just couldn't stream in this period. I was just visiting and having a good time for a few days, and it was nice. I always like the good kind of sitting away from things. I mentioned that when I was visiting with family at the beginning of July. It's been a bit of a slower month, but I've still been doing pretty solid. I mean, I did like 100,000 in a marathon. The average episode is just crazy, and I'm only gonna go further from there, obviously. This week is definitely going to be the tipping point, I think, into like the true kind of final stuff. Like the kind of, I don't know, probably won't push it much further unless I actually have like time off, which I was debating doing. But regardless, at this point, I think the August arrival is definitely like on the table. It could definitely be done, and yeah, it's kind of surreal in that sense as well. It's just surreal that I'll be reaching it so soon. Just because for me, it's been the greater part of 3 years. I mean, it's been 2 years, 11 months, right, as I'm doing this, and it'll be 2 years, 12 months, or three years in August, right around the time of my reaching the Farlands. And man, yeah, it's just interesting going back for me to like my earlier episodes because man, the commentary's changed. And in a lot of ways, I guess it hasn't, but I'd say there's been a lot that has changed for the better. Not a lot for the worse, the odd few things, odd few like things coming up and all this, but it's been a pretty interesting ride for sure. I've seen people come and go, and I've seen, of course, Farlanders start journeys and end them, and people who started their journeys well before mine are still going. Like Kurt, that was kind of what I was talking about. I'm sure there might even be other people like that too. But yeah, and then what else came up? I think like the whole idea of doing more journeys also came up. I mean, of course, with me kind of thinking about things. I do have some ideas, although I probably won't do anything journey related for a long time from now, at least, just because of the sheer amount of work it takes. I mean, obviously, I haven't put like as much into this, because I have a job and I've been doing school and stuff. I haven't been able to put like a whole lot into this as much as I may have wanted at certain points, but I still have put stuff a lot into this regardless. I mean, it's still 12.5 million blocks. You got to put that energy somewhere. Like, it's always coming from somewhere, and it's always a certain level of sacrifice. So I think once this journey to the corner Farlands is over, I think I will take quite a sizable break from like farlanding. I'll probably come back with a more, well, honestly, I mean, Leupho's sense of leisure is much more like reasonable, but I will probably go a bit kind of the leisurely route too. I might even slow it down even more so from what I've been working with here. Depends what I do, whether it's a joke, kind of an aimless journey to the farther lands, or uh, like another journey type series, or whatever it be, the Dev Farlands or something. Thought that might be fun. Obviously, that would be a way different journey. Just stuff like that. I mean, all of those are different in every sense of the word. So who knows what'll happen in the future? But at least I've got like about a month's worth, well, under a month now, a few weeks worth of walking left, and I can only anticipate how crazy things will at least be, just even like from my perspective of kind of the surrealism of reaching such a goal. And yeah, all the plans and stuff for the Farlands can come into effect, or I can reconsider them, or whatever it be, depending on what it's like there. And that'll be kind of the end of. I think that'll be part of like the majority of this series will have died at that point, like the whole kind of thing. I mean, it'll still be like Farland stuff, but I'll probably still be interested, honestly. Like having walked so far, I'll probably actually want to do some stuff there, even within like the next few weeks. But it'll probably slow down. I won't be doing marathons and stuff at the Farlands. I might do like one or two streams like concurrently afterwards, just to mess around a bit. But I think I'll probably step off the gas a bit. Speaking of milestones and goals and stuff, 11 million this week is very possible. Now, obviously today I don't have that much time. I was doing the Below Zero wrap up today, so that series is over. I have to edit the last 2 episodes, of course, but that series is basically done in terms of streaming, which is nice. It clears up the last series I was kind of doing. I mean, Minecraft Through Time I'll still do. That one's pretty minimal. But it's mainly Journey from here, so whenever I have free time, it's when in doubt, Journey. And it's gonna get crazy. I'm not even kidding, it's gonna get insane. I'm kind of untethered now. I mean, obviously within limits, but with the job and all that depending. But yeah, no, it's a lot's changing and it's exciting. I don't know what to do with myself. No, actually, I mean, I say it jokingly, but I guess that is true. A lot of people have been like, oh, well, I don't know, a lot of people, like a good number of people have been like asking about what I would plan to do after Journey. Whether it be like friends who know I've been doing the Journey or whatever. Kind of what if there will be kind of a void left behind by this series. I think there might be, but I think I'm more just excited to have that free time, that void, just to be able to do some other stuff. I've talked about that a fair bit recently, but I think that's kind of one of the more exciting things. Probably, honestly, one of the bigger pieces of motivation at this point than just seeing the Farlands. I mean, seeing the Farlands is going to be really cool, no doubt, and it's going to be a huge event for me, let alone the stream or the Twitch and all that. But I do think having that free time afterwards will be a good incentive. It's kind of like with Below Zero, where I could have done more, but I chose not to. Well, obviously because of Journey, but just because I was kind of burnt out. Well, not burnt out, but I've moved on. I was kind of in a different headspace by the point I did this stream today. And there was all these other things that I was kind of thinking about doing. But then I just kind of like thought about it. I was like, I don't really want to do it. And sometimes that might even be the case with Journey here. It might become one of those things where I reach the Farlands and that's kind of, I do my few little things that I want to do in stream, and then that's kind of it for good. Or it may become a thing where I'm like excited, I want to get doing things and all this, and then yeah, it could go many different ways. Anyway, is what I'm trying to say. But in terms of what I'm actually going to be streaming and all this stuff, expect a lot looser of scheduling and stuff. Journey always, well, obviously for my streaming, it's been around the whole time pretty much. Like only about a month into streaming for me in general, I started this world. And only a few months in for the actual series and streams and stuff. So it's always been a part of things, and I've always had to like consider this series when I was considering other stuff. And so once Journey's gone, it's a bunch of free space that can be occupied by streams or just other stuff, which I might just let that be the case for a little bit. Other stuff, emphasis. So I might still end up scheduling roughly, because I do like schedules. Schedules are nice. They get you to stay consistent with things. They give you some motivation to come back. It's like, okay, I got to do a stream. People want more of this, or whatever it be. The natural motivation is always my go-to usually, but sometimes that's not enough. But I don't think I'll be seeing any more journeys anytime soon. I'll say that. I think other stuff will be pushing that rock uphill for a while. Like Journey is just one of those things, and it would be interesting going maybe in the future into another journey, just to see how that would be. Because I'm curious now, honestly, if I would have this same kind of momentum for something that I kind of like. I did the walk to the Farlands already, but maybe something different, some other novelty to it. I wonder if that would be enough. Obviously, I'm not that eager to get to that. I'm talking about all this stuff like, I kind of sound like I'm like, oh, die Journey, die. But I'm just in the moment, to say the least. I know I say I'm looking forward to all sorts of stuff after Journey, but I'm in the moment, and I think that's kind of what tossing the series to the side has been helping me be able to do, is just kind of enjoy the rest of Journey, and kind of be uninterrupted, really, and let this world just kind of live its moments in glory and whatnot. No doubt things will be getting crazy. And yeah, like I said, 11 million's coming up this week. No doubt, because I was like went into today and I went to a whole bunch of different tangents, but I got a good number of days this week that I will be able to marathon. That I get off work early enough that I could do a marathon. So I will be doing multiple marathons this week, and I will be kind of pushing that into the new standard. And the streams will kind of get slowly longer and longer as we crawl to the end. Within reason, and maybe out of reason towards the very end, but we'll see. It came quickly for sure. I mean, I like planned it ahead of time, like that I was gonna need to do like a rough average. But yeah, no, time has just been flying by because of course this whole like push to the Farlands began in like April, like the end of April when I finished school, and it's just been just one thing after another. It's been just this it's been quick. Yeah, daily streams, epicness, and a lot of series plans, a lot of stuff, a lot of like what ifs, a lot of hypotheticals and all that. But I'm just gonna try and enjoy the one series I do have currently running. Well, I mean, obviously, if you go to my channel and see the current series, there's a bunch of other stuff. That stuff will be coming back. Well, selectively or whatnot. Kind of, it'll come back slowly, trickling back in. But yeah, no, it's been an interesting time though, nonetheless. Series is ending and stuff. Like Subnautica ended a few weeks ago. Well, like a month or two ago now. And Below Zero's now ended as of today. So Subnautica is kind of officially back to being a back burner series. I think like I'll come back to the PlayStation thing and I'll come back to some more Below Zero stuff probably, like early access in the future. All in the future. Yeah, usually the good segment of like these episodes is like, oh, this series is not doing so well. This series is doing okay, whatever. Like it was where I'm at with series, but there's not much to say. It just became one of those things where it just became easier to kind of leave series at the door. And Minecraft Through Time, I did say to Devin that I wanted to do another session, so we will try to do another session of that. Probably, honestly, tomorrow would be nice. Maybe tomorrow night, people are available. I might try to do that because tomorrow I work kind of awkwardly, or maybe on like the end of the week kind of thing. But that's like the only thing, and I don't have to edit that. I'm choosing not to edit it just because of the timing right now. I might edit it, maybe, but I kind of like to have multiplayer stuff as like VODs instead. Especially session-based stuff like that, because like there's always stuff going on. There's always discussion. It's never like quiet. And if it is quiet, that's why I have my editing tools for where I can just get rid of like those segments of like long silence and just keep like the bulk of the talking. But yeah. Oh, the boat hits the rocks. Oh yeah, and when Blaze joins stream, I'll have to see what he thought about being in the live stream, because Blaze was kind of like my scout. Like he was, because I was working when the marathon happened, like the finale marathon for Leupho, and I got him to, because he was, I kind of rated the stream. He was in there. I was like, basically, oh, if you're still in there, do let me know when Leupho's getting close. And Blaze was there, and I think Blaze watched a good chunk of it, which is good. I think I'll have to hear from him about that, but when that happened in that marathon a bit more. some of the craziness, because I was only in like the craziness for like 15 minutes. Because like early on, it was like a fair few people from the beginning of the stream, but it got crazy at the end. There was like over 100 people watching the stream, which is pretty crazy considering like how many people usually did. It was like 20 to 30 for Leupho. So that was a lot of people. So that was certainly stressful. And Leupho met the sub goal. I gifted some subs, and I was being all supportive and stuff because it was really cool. Like I said, and yeah, it's just fun. It was a fun time, fun day. Even if I was at work and I may have missed it, I didn't miss it. I actually did catch it right on time. Just narrowly, of course, by my standard. Because yeah, I was having a lot of difficulty with like the pacing. Because walking to the edge Farlands is a lot different. It was kind of hard to tell where or when I kind of project when Leupho would be getting there because I didn't really know the pacing of walking in a straight line. Because going diagonally is actually slower. I mean, I mentioned that, oh gosh, to the moon and back, but it is. It is a good number, more blocks. And so inherently, it's a bit more of a trek. So it was a bit harder for me to tell based on my own average because my average is like around 8 thou or so an hour with all my nonsense going diagonally. So it's kind of hard to tell for like someone walking in a straight line because you're walking in a straight line in Minecraft. It's a lot easier to get lots of progress in a quick amount of time. And yeah, it was wild because I just saw like the numbers go. I kept checking it every like once in a while. I was like, okay, we're at 12,027,000, and there was like 37,000, there was 48, and I was like, oh, time to go for a break and catch the final bit, the final stretch. And I just narrowly caught it. Like I got off my break and I was still watching it a little bit, and I just caught it. I caught Leupho. Let's go. And then that's kind of when I clicked off just because I had to get back to work. But it was close. But I'm glad I was able to see that. And I should do another one of those experiments that I do of like recording the coordinates every hour or so just to like get a good pace. But honestly, what I could do instead is I could just take the runtime of the episode and divide it by the amount of blocks I walked in that day. Because obviously that there's breaks in those most of the time. Like statistically speaking, most journey episodes would have breaks in them. But I feel like that's something you could probably account for, or it's like something that should be accounted for in the pacing. But who knows? Yeah, 10.9 million, 10.10 million coming up. When will that be? It's still like, oh, it's only like 7:30. My computer keeps displaying the time incorrectly. Like it displays it like an hour difference. I don't know why. Sometimes it does that. Like sometimes it's right on the money and sometimes it's off. So I don't know. Computer being computerness. But yeah, the night's still pretty young, so I could probably do a decent episode. I didn't say marathoning to oblivion in the Twitch notification. Usually I do that if I'm gonna marathon. I don't think today is gonna be a marathon, but it could be. It could be a rather long stream actually, but we'll see. We'll see. And I should probably grab some more wool. What else do I need lots of? I'm also debating clearing up my inventory again to make room for some more stuff. I think what I might do, I should go through my inventory again. Do a bit of spring cleaning, get rid of the stuff I really do need to get rid of. Like the bow is fine. I like the bow. The flint is always nice to have. It's really difficult because I'm a mini hoarder. I'm not like a full-on hoarder. when it comes to like playing Minecraft, oh, I hoard everything in Minecraft in like my worlds. Like I just grab everything because you never know when you'll need stuff. Like that, like freaking 500 cobblestone. Usually people would throw it out after a while. I usually just keep going with it. And then I just like, okay, what am I gonna do with all this cobblestone? Build a castle or something? I don't know. But I don't know. I'll have to go through my inventory again soon because it was really nice seeing Leupho with like almost an empty inventory. I was like, damn, I kind of want an empty inventory. I kind of want to be able to fill my inventory up with bolts again because I've been really bogging this thing down. And I have to do it occasionally because I just grab so much stuff. I don't even know if I really need the discs. I usually like to hang on to them, but oh, do I only have one mushroom stew? That is daring. Although usually, or maybe I just go down to two. Just trying to like think here. Water bucket is a must. Is a must-have. Oh yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute. I think I might quickly shuffle through my inventory for a second. Oh no, I have lots of wool. Never mind. I have lots of stuff. But torches are good for hidey holes. I think I might try out two bowls for a bit. I might do that. Mushrooms, I always hang on to. The iron, I hang on to. I was thinking of getting rid of the logs and just chopping down trees more frequently because it's the same amount of tree chopping no matter what. But then this way I could just like only grab like enough for one stack at a time, so then I save like one inventory slot by doing that. Obviously I've just used up way more inventory space there, but you know. Oh yeah, golden apples too. Those are cool. I don't know if I'll get rid of those. Those are fun. I already found two more before that, I think. Or unless it's number 5. I might have found 5 golden apples in this world so far. I don't know. I'm gonna throw some stuff here. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about my inventory a bit more at a later point. But what I was gonna talk about, me and Devin were looking around at mod packs and stuff. Devin was playing Valheim last night. I was actually considering getting Valheim because it looked like a really cool game, but it was just out of sale. Just by my luck, of course, it went off sale. So I'll probably get it when it's on sale again. Valheim is like it's like a survival crafting game, like kind of like Minecraft and Terraria, but it's a lot more like medieval. It's got a lot of cool progression mechanics to it, like defeating bosses to unlock certain tiers or whatever. I like that kind of side of it. It's got some stuff from like Don't Starve, where like you can have like add like components to like your crafting station or whatever. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, there's just a lot of neat stuff like that. It's a very neat game. But he was playing that, and then I was checking out some mod packs and stuff. And man, there was a cool one. DB3K, I think. It was kind of like a hidden gem type one that I haven't seen much on, but it was quite fascinating because it reminds me a lot of like Diverge. Well, Diverge is a bit more different than this one. But there's kind of like Diverge or Not So Secret Saturday or like some of these things that kind of take Alpha Minecraft. This one takes, I think, Alpha 1.1 and it kind of builds upon it. It's kind of like one of those alternate development path mods, I think, because it was a different version number. It had like an underscore and like a different thing. So I think it was like its own version, kind of like Not So Secret Saturday, which I think that one was the one I was using for like my Alpha world at the time. I think I might still do something like that, whether it be that or I pick out another pack just to mess around with. I just don't know if I'll stream it. I kind of enjoyed just playing it on my free time, but who knows? Who knows? As Minecraft through time, I think will be quite the good fix of old Minecraft and Journey, of course. Christ. Uh, but yeah, this DB3K pack was really neat because it just adds like these little things, like the progression's different. There's no stone tools in it. It's just straight from like wood straight to like copper, which copper is in a new tier, of course, for alpha Minecraft. Obviously, copper is in modern Minecraft now, and it is actually getting its own tier now, funnily enough, in the fall drop. But this is like way back, way old version. So it's very interesting that they just kind of omitted stone, because stone is kind of like like a middleman type thing. I guess wood is even more of a middleman than stone in progression, because you just kind of skip right over wood and you kind of stick with stone for a while. But it's interesting that it kind of gives wood more like durability and more like, makes it more like powerful, and just makes it last a little while longer in the progression. And you have to like actually like mine and stuff first, which is interesting. Because it's not like you just break into stone right away and you get stone tools. I think that's a pretty interesting progression. And I know there's some more like all other tiers beyond that, and there's also like the offhand, or like there's like an offhand. There's like a recipe book, a whole bunch of these things, and I think it is built off of modern Minecraft, if I'm not mistaken, like 1.19 or something. I believe it is. It's hard to say, because honestly, from playing it, it really did feel like playing straight out of like an old Minecraft version. Like honestly, but um, it was really cool to check out briefly, and it has like all sorts of new blocks, and you can craft a lot of interesting things. It has like trapdoors and stuff, which I don't think were in the game at that stage for sure. But just a lot of little things. It's one of those packs that you could kind of look at it and be like, okay, that's just alpha. It's kind of like Not So Secret Saturday that way. That one's also like that, where they both kind of seem like alpha on paper, but the more you start to play, the more you kind of realize how different it is. I find that quite fascinating. Obviously, I think Not So Secret Saturday is not as different as that. I believe they're also debating adding like more dimensions and stuff, because this is also before the dimension, the Nether, was added to the game as well, I believe. So I don't think there's the Nether. That's Alpha 1.2. The Halloween update. I think that's what I'm thinking about. 'Cause I just did it in Minecraft through time. Yeah, Alpha 1.2. Halloween. Indeed, I was right. Just had to check. So yeah, they're adding like some kind of new dimension to sub in for the other ones. And it's just, I don't know, I find that kind of stuff really neat. Like Better Than Adventure is another one. There's a bunch. Better Than Adventure. There's Better Than Wolves. Well, Better Than Wolves is kind of a bit different. That one's kind of just like a hardcore Minecraft mod with like a bunch of like additional features tacked onto the game. I really like the alternate development path type ones. I find them quite fascinating. Even if I don't play them like a hell of a lot, it's kind of fun to check them out and to explore them. Maybe play some of them for a little bit more, like Better Than Adventure. I know I played a lot of. Got to mess around with a lot of that. And that one's for like beta rather than alpha Minecraft, which I'm sure some people might be a bit more kind of excited about. I really like alpha Minecraft though. I think alpha is one of my favorites in terms of eras for sure. Obviously beta has a lot running for it. I think it's still probably my favorite. Well, apart from like modern Minecraft and release, I really like the modern stuff that's coming out now. I'm not one of those people that would be like complaining about modern Minecraft or old Minecraft or whatever. I kind of getting the old comparisonitis. I'm not one of those people. I quite appreciate both, the best of both worlds, honestly. And well, I'm kind of taking a hiatus from modern Minecraft. I can definitely play old Minecraft like it's a completely different game, because honestly, that's how it does feel. But yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to talk about for like the main commentary today. I'll kind of pop by later if more people stop by and say hello and whatnot. But for now, I'm gonna go into no commentary realm and probably watch some YouTubes and stuff as I usually do. Oh, hello creeper. Oh, I healed up that half a heart there. Critical healing here. Thank you, Leupho. Usually I'd say to you as well, but you're done. Have fun with whatever you're doing. Thanks for being there for the last walk. Oh yeah, of course. It was epic. It's not, I haven't gotten to tune into very many people reaching the Farlands live, especially people I've gotten to talk to, like you. So it was really cool to see. That I was just talking about earlier in the episode today. Good to see your arrival too. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be good as well. Soon, both of us will be Farland walkers or dwellers among the Farlands. It'll be great. Certainly can't wait for it too. Almost 11 mil. Mm-hmm. The blocks are just flying by. It's great though. I love walking to the journey to the Farlands. It's just it's just such an experience, isn't it? Just great. I keep saying that, but I don't really have much. That's all I can say. It's just epic. I'm afraid I'll feel a little bit empty after that, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, like to be fair, you were going crazy with it, so yeah, having that just completely stripped away, it must be quite the adjustment. I'm sure it'll be the same to some effect for me as well. I mean, I guess even more. I guess since I've been going for years and years now, anyway. Well, years, 3 years. I guess it'll be like a void in that sense. I could see it. I could see it. Yeah, having done that for years, surely you'll feel it too. Mm-hmm. Just one of those things you can't prepare for. It's just kind of it'll happen when it happens, or however level or however whatever level it is. But hey, you did it. You're the fastest person to do it. So, mad respect. And also all the support too. That was really, honestly, really cool to see. It was just a surreal time to be around for. Who already submitted to speedrun.com? Oh, good, good. Yeah, yeah. I remember I was talking with Sav in the VC, and we kind of were saying it was definitely you're setting quite the precedent. That's quite the that's quite the precedent. I think that'll be very difficult to top. You should definitely be proud of that. Yeah, I was amazed, to be honest. I was not expecting much more from my usual community. Yeah, it went crazy. I saw like the viewer count, I saw the chat. It just compared to like your usual viewership, which is already crazy on its own. It's yeah. I tried messaging in chat, and it just got just blown right into the stratosphere immediately. It was one of those moments where just kind of the community comes together a bit. I was like, damn, 110 people on a Minecraft stream is wicked. Yeah, last few hours the spam was something, let's say. Yeah, no kidding. I was only around for like the Farland arrival part because of course I was at work and I went on break and I just narrowly caught you reaching the Farlands. Yeah, so I could only imagine what the hours of that would have been like. The immense support. But I took a few breaks to delay the arrival for 10 p.m. if that means you caught it. No, yeah, I was there for it. I just narrowly was gonna miss it, but I just had just enough time. Like it was only like a few hundred blocks by the time I was done my break, so I was able to stick around for a little bit longer just to catch it. I just caught like the let's go, and then and then I had to go back to work. But that was just man, it was great, superb. Trying to use different words. 'Cause I keep saying great. I'm one of those people. I get like a kind of broken record a bit. I didn't understand it that way. I thought you were done with your job, not just on break. No, I was just on break from my job. I wasn't off work for a while after that, and I was kind of busy that night anyway. But I did get to catch it, and I had Blaze, my kind of my number one, my other half, kind of stick around in your stream anyway, and he was telling me about it. I was like, oh, if you're still there, let me know when when Leupho's getting close. Blaze was there, pretty cool. Oh yeah, yeah, I raided you, and Blaze actually stuck around. I didn't like pressure him or anything. I was just like, well, if you're still around, do let me know what's going on and whatnot. I think he was pretty into it too. He seemed to be pretty excited about it when even when you got there, because I think he's been around when you've been in chat plenty and all that. So I don't know. I think anyone saying that it's kind of a neat thing. If you know if you're into Minecraft or anything kind of remotely in that realm. But yeah, he was kind of there when I couldn't be, so I'll definitely have to talk to him a bit more whenever he pops by again to see how how more details on it, because he just was telling me about like the signs and stuff and all that, and the arrival and all that. Blaze like messaged me like, oh, he just messaged me when you got there. I was like, they're here, they're there. I'm like, yeah, I know. He was pretty hyped about it too. So that was just a time to be had. So I guess that leaves you in an interesting predicament of what kind of you're doing next. So you're just gonna, I'm assuming you're probably gonna take a good period of time to relax. Looking forward to see the corner here. Oh yeah, that'll be fun because there's no way I'm going there. Yeah, it's a whole other journey for you. And I may have kind of made that decision pretty early on in my journey, but the corner is quite the thing compared to the Edge Farlands. Even so, even just walking diagonally is more work. But I'm assuming you're probably gonna relax a fair bit. I'll continue. I'll just continue what I was doing before, speedrunning Mario games and other stuff, I guess. Yeah. Fair enough. I just do whatever kind of makes you content. That's kind of how I do it. Without journey, I'll kind of just go back to, well, I guess for me it wasn't quite as polarizing. It was balancing a bunch of other stuff. Well, I mean, I guess you have been as well. But like, especially after Journey is gone, it's a huge void that'll leave, regardless. And so I'll kind of have time to do that kind of thing too. Obviously, I don't speedrun, but I'll just kind of be back to streaming and all that other stuff a bit more. And maybe later in the new year and whatever, do some more servers and multiplayer stuff. More time for more projects, indeed. Greater projects, lesser projects, but more impactful ones, all sorts. Oh, and another thing I was talking about in my episode today as well, as like I was like watching and trying to like keep in touch with the progress, was that I realized I was kind of like out of sync a little bit just because I couldn't quite figure out like the pacing for like walking to the edge Farlands because it seemed to be different enough where you were moving a lot quicker than I do to the corner. So I was like trying to like time my break just because I was like, this is different. It was kind of funny because I guess I hadn't really thought about it that much. Because when I was walking to the edge Farlands, I didn't really think about it that much. Like after the fact, I was like, oh, it was way quicker, and then I was like, oh, I don't know, but it might be. Well, not way quicker, but it might be like different enough anyway in that kind of span. Not quite sure. Just because I kind of tried to go by my metric, but it seemed to be different to that. I'm guessing that's just because I have to walk more blocks diagonal. It is quicker, it is way quicker going to the corners like 1.5 times the time. Oh, so it's like a whole like 50% more than the edge. Interesting. I never even thought about that. Because I always thought it was like a third or something. Well, I guess that would be it. Well, no, it's like that's an extra half. Yeah, 1.5 would be an extra half. So I just thought it was like slower, but I didn't realize quite how slow. But I don't really. It doesn't matter to me. I'll get there when I get there. I'm not really in a rush. We're gonna be precise. Corners times square root 2, but let's round to 1.5. Yo yo yo, what is up? Since it's harder to walk diagonally. Yeah, it's harder. There's a lot more room for difference with that. So why isn't just like I mean, obviously early journey would have been exciting for me, but I think it was just like walking to the edge. Like I think I walked about the same back then. I was walking like crazy. Hope you're enjoying your retirement. At least from being Farland Walker, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Blaze, about some more details about it, or like how it was for you being there live, because of course I was only there for a short period after the beginning stuff. Well, whenever I woke up and started streaming, I joined in. I got to join the Farland watch party or whatever. It was cool getting to chat with Sav because I never got to chat with him through like VC or anything. I was only chatting with him through stream and stuff. Farlands guy was spamming. I was here. Yeah, retirement from Farlands, but the weekend break is already done. Yeah, Farlands guy is a character for sure. I just remember someone like commented, or I was like typing in the chat. They're like replying to someone saying, "I was here." Like, we get it. It's like that's how a lot of the people are feeling. But a lot of excitement. I'm sure it was quite the thing. Yeah, everyone was quite euphoric for sure. They were replying to Farlands guy. Oh, that was the Farlands guy. That's funny. Oh yeah, you sent me the thing about Brickcraft, the Minecraft thing. That's cool. He was the one who kept spamming it. I was just like, I just heard like Farland's guy in the VC being like, Oh, I'm spamming. Maybe I'll stop spamming. It's just like I think Farland's guy must be like a kid or something, like younger. Like it didn't sound very old. You can actually play it. Oh, really? I can play. I saw some. Well, no, actually, I did see someone play it. He is, yeah. Cause yeah, he didn't sound very old in the VC, and Sav like kept muting him, and then the server muting. He just kept seeing like the "why was I banned" thing, which explains but doesn't excuse. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I couldn't tell sometimes like how old they were in my chat, but that yeah, that definitely lends some credence to that, especially hearing the voice. Oh, he came here crying about being banned in your channel. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Guess that did happen a while back. Bro had no one else to tell. Oh, what was I? I was talking to Sav about a bunch of things in the VC. I was, some of it got through into my own stream, but I try not to have them through my own stream. I'll probably put them through probably for like the finale, but I just felt it was probably fair to let that kind of be its own thing. And he's been annoying on my for Discord too. Oh geez, first time I had a TikTok kid around. Oh goodness. Okay, I haven't seen too much. So Leupho back to the Super Mario stuff right now. Yep, please. Ooh, that's cool. Oh yeah, we talked about deaths. I remember me and Sav talked about a bunch of like our deaths and stuff. Because I was talking about the bed. I was like, oh, I could never imagine carrying one bed around the amount of times I've died. And Sav was like, yeah, I remember seeing a few of your deaths. I was like, damn. Maybe other stuff, but don't want to advertise. That's okay. If you want, if you're welcome to talk about it, Leupho. I just didn't want people like, like just pointlessly advertising like that. That's fair. That's fine if you want to talk about that. I wouldn't say it's like in that sense. Not really what I think of when I think of advertising. Earlier in the Bullshiro stream. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was the was that during the thing during the break you're talking about, Blaze? Think about the same thing. But yeah, no, it was fun talking to Sav. I joined the VC for that moment as well, and it was funny hearing Sav talk about like, oh, that I just like about like I think Sav was kind of like the speedrunner mindset as well, and it was fun hearing like Sav like kind of like basically react to like certain things. So I'd love to collab. Add me on Discord. Oh yeah, I've gotten tons and tons of those. Mm. More of the times that I can count with my fingers for sure. I namely get like those artists, the scam artists usually. At least it ain't free viewers. Oh yeah, free viewers. Yeah, I've flagged most of the things that those would post. So hopefully we don't get many of those left anymore, unless they get really crafty. But yeah, the old bots can get the boot. And I was like super confused. Yeah, you can filter words to prevent them. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I did that on the Twitch dashboard. Managed to make it work. Yeah, boats running off. Hmm. I'm trying to remember like Oh yeah, I was like super confused when like Farland guy was like in my Discord saying like I got banned from the Discord. I'm like, how did you get banned? Or I got banned from Twitch or whatever. I'm like, you got banned from my Twitch? Like what's going on? It was like really confusing. I remember when that happened. I was like asking a bunch of stuff. He's like, oh yeah, I got banned from Leupho thing. I'm like, oh. And it was just like this whole ordeal. I'm not surprised. Sorry to suffer from that. No, that's all right. I don't think I got the brunt of that. It's by the sounds of it. It was compared to like the floodgates opening. Hello, Leupho stream. Oh, and another thing that was fun that you probably didn't hear about was Sav was like cheering you in the Discord call as well. Sav was kept being like, "Go, Leupho, go!" I was joining in too at the end there. Well, on my break, but like in the beginning, it was fun. It was funny to hear like Sav talk about like the donating bits and stuff. I was like, "Oh, I guess I should butter him up a bit first before before I before I get too deep into the pockets." That was great though. Pretty cool. I wish I could have heard that call. Oh yeah, it was fun. I think Sav recorded it. I don't know if Sav uploads that or just saves it for a personal stash or something, but it was nice to talk. It was also just nice to be there for the stream. I'll, I'll probably, I don't know how it'll work for me because I wanted to do some kind of event in my Discord server, but I didn't. I think I'll set it so that like only certain roles could join, so I won't have like people like Farland guy coming in or whatever. Um, but I'm not quite sure how I want to do it. The ending was so close to not being sub 750. It was so close. It was 749, right? I was really, really scared about that, even though it doesn't matter much in the end. Also, the power went down in my house because of a thunderstorm. Oh, so that did happen. I heard them talking about that in the Discord, and I was like, damn, did that actually happen? It's crazy. Crazy timing for the end there. Well, that's great. That you did get under 750. Which I know, like you say, it like doesn't mean matter much, but I do know like the whole kind of like thing of being in your head about like goals like that. Like I definitely understand that. But my room has power supply that isn't connected, so I could keep playing. Oh, so the walk went on. Just a whole story in and of itself there. Oh, there's a pink sheep. As a result, though I didn't have feedback from my stream, so couldn't see the timer or chat. Oof. So it was really just like you in the dark. So it was very tense, yeah. Pink sheep. Yeah, I know. I've been taking pictures of everyone. I can't wait to like see at the end how many pink sheep I've taken screenshots of and how many spawners since like a certain point. Because I lost track a while back and I just stopped taking pictures of the spawners, but I always have been doing it for the pink sheep. I think I've seen 6 overall, which doesn't feel like much. I feel like I've seen a lot. I mean, I could look at my screenshots at some point in the future and definitely see, like, tally it up, the pink sheep count. But yeah, no, you do see a fair bit of stuff like that. And of course, I got like 4 or 5 golden apples from like spawners and the countless discs that I haven't grabbed. There's all sorts of stuff. And no golden apple, but to be fair, I don't check them that often. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you were speedrunning though too, so you didn't really have like the time to like slow down and check that kind of stuff out. Because yeah, I think my journey was a lot more of like that leisure kind of like the casual journey. thing for me, just because it was like building bases and things. If I felt like building something, which is usually every once in a while. I did go there to get iron, but only if it was really on the way. Fair enough. And some of them are really difficult to get to. Like some are like underwater and stuff at the bottom of oceans and things, and you just can't get at them. I really like your kind of journey too. Oh, thank you. I like your type of journey too. I like the ambitious, um, you know, speedrun type journeys. I think those are really neat. Just like the challenge, a bit more of a challenge tacked on. And it was kind of cool just being like, oh, is it gonna be within this certain range or whatever? I definitely could see where you'd get the kind of excitement in doing stuff like that. But I'd say in terms of like how I did the journey, I think I definitely it would be a lot of a realigning if I were to do something like that. But I can respect both of us for our different kind of styles and all that. Leisure journey, comfy journey is pretty cool in my opinion. But I felt speedrunning it was on brand for my channel. That yeah, that's fair. But if the shoe fits and don't want to spend years on it, I guess yeah. I didn't. I think the whole thing with mine. I don't know if I've said it with you, but it's kind of the whole thing with Journey was that for me it was always kind of just writing itself as it went, and it wasn't really like a planned thing. Cause I just kind of got really into the novelty of it one day, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna start a journey, and I didn't really have a plan for when it was gonna start or finish. And then as time went on, and it was like a year or two went by, I was like, okay, it's probably about I probably should get thinking about wrapping it up, and that was kind of last year was kind of the wrap up, and then this year was actually holding true to that. Nice to see that you kept going even without an original plan. Yeah. Well, the motivation, yeah, it always just kept running. And yeah, it was just like where other series and things of mine would just crumble under their own weight. This thing would just keep going to the hundreds and hundreds. And it was really interesting. And I've never had that happen before. And while I didn't think I would make it far at all in this journey, like I kind of thought it would be something that would have dropped pretty quickly. It was just something that I was naturally motivated for. And of course, as the channel grew from pretty much nothing, it kind of developed that following as well, where people were kind of commenting and all that, just basically wishing luck and all this, all the good stuff. And that definitely helped a lot. I think, especially as the journey really slowed down in kind of the later millions, or like kind of the more intermediate, I guess, not quite so much now. I would say these millions, like the last few here, have gone by pretty quick. Because I was asking Sav, because I didn't really quite know if like the end of the journey was like a slog, if it was like one of those things. But I mean, based on how it's been so far for me this year, it's been kind of one of those things that's just been really fun to do. And the time just kind of flies by nowadays. Whereas in the past, it would be kind of a slog to make it through the same length of time. But like I always had consistency with this. I was always really into it, regardless. And I had all sorts of obstacles, like life stuff, school, work, like I've told you in the past. And it kind of saw it through it all, which usually a lot of stuff, like I said, usually falters under that. So yeah, that's definitely something to be proud of myself. Um, at least in terms of like the more casual nature of it, consistency is key. And that's something I've learned a lot more recently too. Is just like something like this is you're not gonna get there any quicker if you're like, it all depends on consistency. And the motivation to guide it is also very important too. Oh, and another thing too was that it was actually like another thing as like a compliment. I think it was a lot of fun to like walk alongside you for that period as well, just to have you around in the chat every once in a while and to get to kind of lurk in your streams and whatnot. I think that was a lot of fun too for like this kind of final push for me as well. Whereas I'm kind of ramping up now for like the actual final push. But like even like the months before, just ever since you kind of first popped by and be like, I'm 51% of my journey. I started in February. I was like, I was like, no, this is crazy cool. And ever since then, it's just been more and more of that. And it's just been, I think that's served as a part of the motivation as well too. Glad you enjoyed it. Oh yeah, I'll definitely keep looking around here too. Oh yeah, yeah, I appreciate that, Leupho. Definitely. But yeah, a lot of things have changed. A lot of sources of motivation and all that have changed. But I think a lot of things just bring me back, and that's definitely one of them that brings me back. Because I don't think I would have done a journey to the Farlands in the first place if of course people probably hadn't done it in the first place. I'm kind of the kind of person that goes into things knowing that there's at least a way to finish it. Unless I go into it with like that kind of like open-minded sense, which Journey to the Farlands, I was kind of like, well, if I go into it, I kind of want to see it through, and it kind of only was more and more like that as time went on. I think that was a big part of it, why I didn't stop after like 30,000 blocks or something, like, you know, like a short amount of time, because I knew that people had done it. And I think that motivation definitely served as like, yep, people are even doing it as I'm walking. Of course, as you would have it. So that's just like, yeah, people being able to do it just makes it work. I can't understand starting that kind of project and then not finishing it, yet so many people dropped. Yeah, I think that was part of it for me too, is that just that I didn't really want to drop this series. I didn't want to fight it. I just kind of let it be and just kind of let it write its story as it went. And I don't think it went through like rougher periods, but I think I was always enjoying it. It's my favorite world I've ever had. It's been some of the most fun I've had. Obviously, I've had like shorter bursts of like multiplayer worlds that I've enjoyed a lot more, I'm sure, at certain points. But this is like the consistent, the slow burn. It's it's just there's nothing really like it, and I think that's really what it is. You kind of have to go into it with that belief that you can finish it, or at least that like you're going into it with that like novelty of like, yeah, I really do want to reach this, and it's not just like arbitrary to you. So I think that's probably why I was so motivated, was just because I was like, yeah, it's just something really cool. I think the journey is like the biggest part of it. Reaching the Farlands is really cool at the end, but it's really the journey that's the bulk of the matter. And if you can't make it through the journey, then you don't really get to the destination. Because usually, you know, people are like, oh, why don't you do this or do that? Like all sorts of expediting things like the Nether and uh, teleport. I know a lot of things are about like teleportation, where like, why don't you just go there or whatever? Why walk the whole way? But that's the whole kind of point of it. It is not that instant gratification, just teleporting straight there. There's not really much purpose in that. Or like fast traveling or whatever. I just want to enjoy every block. Just kind of be in the moment more than anything. Oh boy, the what's the point question. I got that one a lot around the end. Oh, I'm sure that, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, I've gotten that one too. I've seen a fair bit of that myself as well. Just some people don't really get if it's like fulfilling to you, it might not look fulfilling to other people. Usually answer, what's the point in any hobby? Yeah, it usually expands to a lot of things. Like, I remember one of my most infamous comments like that was like this paragraph that someone took time out of their day to write, and they were basically just like, why are you wasting time on something like this? Like, go put your time somewhere else, and basically like do something that makes money or has prestige or something like that. And it just kind of became this like whole discussion. I mean, I obviously just stopped, and everyone just kind of clowned on them at the end. But I was kind of just like, well, isn't anything that's like super, like that? You could just describe it like, and then someone at the end was just like, couldn't you just describe like you taking the time out of your day to write these comments as wasteful? Like if you disagree with it, just kind of move on. Even more so when I'm doing speedrunning next to that, what's even the point with that? Yeah, exactly. If you're going that way, there's no point in anything. Yeah. You really just have to eliminate everything. There's not really much left for you at that point. Like, enjoyment plays a huge role in things. Just making goals for yourself. Just kind of enjoying things just to enjoy things, and having challenges just to have the challenges. Doing things just because you really honestly like to do them, just like I've been doing my streaming. Just like any hobby, just like a lot of things in life. And you could argue it's a waste of time, but you could kind of like you said, trickle that into basically a lot of other facets of things. And not everything in life is about making money or getting that fame or, uh, you know, anything like that. Sometimes it's just the simple things that are the most fulfilling. You don't need anything more than that, at least at that point. I'm not saying that there's not needs for things, or that things don't happen, but I don't think things should be like sought after to that level. You're not making money on your off time. Stop enjoying life. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I mean, to be fair, like there's a lot of people like me who pursue this more as like a hobby than like anything career-wise or anything, because I'm just in it to do stuff that I want to do and bring in the people that kind of attracts. And I kind of have other stuff, actual life stuff, like whether it be school or jobs or that kind of thing, like that, that kind of stuff obviously provides some level of fulfillment, but you can't always rely on that to be your kind of sole source of enjoyment, obviously, with these things. They're more just like grind, kind of grind until you can't anymore for a lot of that. So I think where you do find the kind of silver linings and stuff like the journeys and stuff like this and the streaming and all that, that's just, I don't know, I find a lot of value in it. I think just some people don't get it, and they're just always climbing the ladder higher and higher until they fall off. Sometimes you just gotta stop and enjoy the view, you know? Just what I don't get sometimes, like the exponentiated thing of like always kind of looking for something bigger and greater, because that's not really sustainable. You're always bound to disappoint yourself or someone else in the process. Anyway, that's all to say that, like, yeah, I get those kinds of people too, right? All sorts of people that question things. And sometimes they just don't get it. Agreed. Something I've definitely grown good at with Journey is, well, I mean, I've always had thick skin, but it's been having the thick skin and also just being able to just prattle on through and just kind of talk about it without letting it cut too deep or anything, because it shouldn't, I mean, it can, and it's not a bad thing if it does, but you kind of, there's a point where you just kind of have to be like, okay, just brush it off. Because after all, they're just people, other people, it doesn't really not the biggest deal in the world if they have something to say, or you know, if you get people who dislike things. If you get like majority of people disliking it, then I feel like that kind of starts to reflect something. But you know, the odd person or whatever here and there, I don't think is a bad thing, because you're always gonna have critics, no matter what you do. It's just like anything, you're never gonna please everybody. Could do everything 100% right, and then someone's still gonna point out the flaws where there are none. So you know, you just have to take it in strife, I guess. Something a lot of streamers are quite often exposed to, or content creators, or whoever it be. I mean, basically anybody could be exposed to that. A lot of this kind of stuff I'm talking about, but that's just one of the charms of Journey to the Farlands, is that I ramble and ramble on about things. It's a good space for that, though, where there's not really too much to say about the world itself. One of my favorite things is just like the interaction. That's one thing I'll miss, though. Just chatting was so good. It's something you don't really get in a lot of other things. Farlands is a perfect medium for that. Yeah. Because it's not even like a regular Minecraft world where you're working on projects and things. Like, it's just like this dead easy task of like walking to from one point to another. And that's all it really is. And that can lend itself to a lot of different things. Kind of can let people guide it, as opposed to like games where like games usually have a narrative, or Minecraft usually has like a next project or something, or like resources or whatever that need gathering. This is kind of just like a closed loop. Something nice in that. Because like when the thing you're streaming is kind of monotonous like that, it kind of lets you kind of direct it a different direction. And well, on like the level of just looking at it from like an outsider perspective, it's like, oh, it's all the same thing. It's more than that. Especially in like a setting like streaming, I'd say. That's what really I've enjoyed this series for. Because obviously I get people on YouTube commenting, but the Twitch chat and YouTube, I think that's my favorite pairing. And honestly, Twitch on its own could be itself. Like, it's great. So much more than that, yeah. Or it's much more. Yeah. Much more to it. And that's kind of what I was joking about in my first episode of Journey to the Farlands. Where I was like, people will look at this and they'll see someone walking into oblivion and they would click off, kind of thing. But those who stay, it really is an experience. It's not like an instant gratification. It's not like every episode is like this crazy thing. It is a very grounded, it's a very it's quite interesting thing. Strips away all the complexity. Don't think there's anything close to it video game wise. No, not really, eh? Because usually most games have something to distract you, something for you to commentate about. You know, something to always guide the stream. I guess like the next, because like I watch people a lot of different journeys and stuff, like a bunch of different content for Journey to the Farlands stuff, and it often gets compared to like vlogs or stuff like that, or like I guess not like vlogs, but it's basically like the equivalent of that, where basically it's just like the floor is open to whatever discussion. And I've had like friends of mine be like, I couldn't imagine doing that because I don't even know what I would talk about. And yeah, it's one of those things where it gets kind of difficult to talk about things at certain times. Like it's like, well, sometimes I have to not really talk at all. but that's kind of what taught me to do that, to not always have something to say, because sometimes there isn't, especially when there's not people around. Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah. So, yeah, people be like, oh yeah, I couldn't even imagine doing something like that. Basically just like it being like that forever, basically. Or like, you know, as long as the series goes, and it never really changing. But that's the beauty of it. And well, it's kind of strange in the beginning, like it was strange for me in the beginning, because I was definitely like broken recording, and I kind of still do that, where I like kind of go over things over and over again a little bit. I kind of have more of a cycle now, but it definitely was at that point. Sometimes I just wouldn't say anything for a while, almost forgot I was even on stream. Yeah, I'd kind of be off in another world at certain points. That's true as well. So yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes. It becomes more of an experience than anything else, than a game or anything. There's always something more to see. I died. You died. No, I didn't. Well, Blaze. Salutes to Blaze. You got the 15 gun salute there, or the firing, in your honor. The old Viking funeral. I'm gonna go down to the bottom and then back up. Might be able to stream tomorrow. I haven't had time the past week. Ooh, if not maybe Friday. Nice. Oh, it'll be the end of Subnautica. Oh yes. Gosh, so much ends. It's like a funeral. Maybe you'll be able to call. Oh, maybe. When will this be? Tomorrow? Depends when it is. Gonna get some sleep. 11 mil next stream. Oh, we'll be getting real close for sure. Hopefully. Probably not morning. We'll see you. Enjoy your break. Yeah, definitely. You peace out, Leupho. Enjoy yourself. And take it easy. Oh, that's an island of sheep right there. Really absolute cinema for all three of us, indeed. Ended Farlands. Beam ended below zero. I'm ending Subnautica. We getting things done. Uh-huh. It's the summer of progress. Summer of change. It's a good time. It's a good time. Oh, I need to get my boat at the ready. Yeah, but if I go enough today and then I do a fair bit tomorrow, then I could probably reach 11 mil tomorrow. 80 thou in 2 days is easy. Especially with the final push mindset. Right. Well, I should grab some more water. Maybe I'll pause stream for a second. Yeah, it's like 2 hours. I'm gonna go. recharge it for a second. Or get my water in order. Order. I'm gonna get my stuff in order. Get my shit in order. Not too many vehicle mods for Q mod, I imagine. Yeah, I don't even know what's around for Q mod. Oh, the giant boat, Sea Voyager. Oh, that's right. The boat. That's something. Can also dock vehicles. Or vehicles. Right, I forgot how sick it was. Ugh. Alright, I'll write that down. I got a good name for the episode. There we go. Oh, let me find myself a tree to hop up into. Actually, you know what? I could just do this. Oh, yes, the wooden planks. I'm trying to clear up my inventory a bit so I can store a bit more beds and bolts. Well, bolts actually mainly. Because I consume bolts like crazy. Oh, got the whole fleet against me now. Go the other direction, I suppose. It's probably a good idea. I do need to resync my coordinates a bit. Well, the trauma was as well. Oh, damn. Yeah, you got some options. Ooh, that's a cool mansion. That's pretty good. All right. I should go submarine. That's it though. Yeah, the QMod thing's interesting because in Below Zero you can actually use a lot of QMod and both of the modelers at the same time, which is interesting. I didn't even know you could do that for Below Zero. But for subnautica, of course, it's kind of one or the other. Your QMod is legacy. I think QMod is mostly legacy. Not quite sure on that. I didn't bother with the QMod stuff Below Zero. I'm trying to remember what was QMod for Below Zero. Ooh, time to go down to the bottom. Preferably another block lower. There we go, like that. Mostly want to do it separate because subnautica has it separately. I see. Mm. Well, Brickcraft is really interesting because it's interesting to know that was supposed to be like a Minecraft Lego kind of crossover game that just never happened. It's like a really interesting thing. I just like got reminded of that when I was looking on my iPad. So you got got an update. Oh, nice. I'm done with Subnautica, so I ain't trying that. Well, who knows if more Return of the Ancient come out in the future, or if I want to try out Red Plague at some point, then I got some options, I guess. Although I guess Red Plague will be mostly just Red Plague itself. Oh, that'd be cool if copper armor oxidized as it went down in durability. That's an interesting idea. Or maybe it oxidized instead of breaking. Me rushing to the islands as soon as I get the countdown and then trying to find things to do for 40 minutes. That's pretty good. I like that meme. Damn, what a boat ride. This is going on forever. Into oblivion. To oblivion, as it were, as I misspelt initially and just kind of became the joke. Mm, I don't know what to think. Oh yeah, I'll have to see what kind of time capsules I can find on the PlayStation and mobile things of Subnautica as well. And yes, I think after Bull Zero, I think I will kind of take a natural break because Subnautica 2 ain't coming out anytime soon. So I'll probably get back onto the Subnautica bandwagon a little bit later. No, can probably do some other stuff for a bit first. Not as eager to return to Subnautica as I was before. I think Below Zero definitely quenched my palate for now. I think QMod run will be in a year. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know when my Subnautica run, what the next one will be. It'll probably just be whenever I feel like going back to it. I think I'll want to do some other stuff first, so it'll probably be a good while. Good number of months or something. The good thing is I can actually save it for that long because nothing new really comes out for QMod. Yeah, exactly. Can do it however you want. Everything now is Beppin. Yes. Mm-hmm. Was your different story because nobody ever mods that anyway. Yeah, that'll be fun to check out the other story because I don't remember much from it. I remember that there's like a lot of bases and things and weird areas in it. I'll have to see which like one I should do for the playthrough, like which version of early access. I kind of want to. Well, I think I'll like explore like those secret biomes and like. Well, actually, some of them you actually do have to go to, so I don't know. But that you can explore in like the same kind of era. So I don't know. I'll have to figure that out when I get closer to. But I think Below Zero will be even further than the PlayStation. Well, I mean, those two will probably. It'll probably be like how I did it now, where Subnautica goes, and then I'll do another Below Zero run after that. I'll probably do like the same thing, like a good old Groundhog Day with that. Oh yeah, we went down. We jumped down. We're back up another subscriber. But look at that. I think it went down and then back up because it was at 66. Now it's back to 67. Let's go. Just give it a quick second. Oh, nighttime quickly approaches. Time to dig a hidey hole. Not the end of the episode yet, though. It's only 2 hours in. We got plenty more to go. About 11 mil soon. Let's go. Almost Wait, oh my gosh, yeah, the last million's coming up really soon here. Holy moly. Are you thinking of doing a QMod save in a year or no? I don't know. I don't really know if there's much of a point for me in doing that, because I'm already going to be doing a lot more modded saves. Like, I think I'll do like Return of the Ancients. And that'll probably come out, I don't know, in a few years or something. I might cover that. There would be like Red Plague, which I want to play. So I feel like I'm pretty satiated. I don't really know what like what would I really get out of like a Q mod run? What would be different about it? That's only my question. Like in terms of novelty compared to like just playing the game like I did already with the Beppin one. And I guess like I will in my PlayStation run. Cause I don't think that'll be like a year away. Like the PlayStation one will be soon. But I mean, yeah, I'm also kind of trying to justify it too. Just cause you said it's like Legacy, but like Legacy is not terribly different. You're just stripping away a lot of the quality of life as the same story. And the Q mod, there's a lot of stuff that's been already ported to Beppin. That's just what I'm like curious about, like what is making it like a worthwhile thing to do an actual run for. Below Zero actually has a valid reasoning. Yeah, because Below Zero has a completely different story in early access. Basically where before they retconned a whole bunch of that and rewrote over it with like new voice actors and stuff. And I think maybe I'll get a bit more of an opinion on Below Zero after I play the original thing as well. Just to see which one I would have preferred, if I would have preferred something more like the original story or something like we got now. That'll be interesting, because man, yeah, I won't see the end of like the like subnautica stuff where people complain about Below Zero. But I also wasn't really around for a lot of the development of Below Zero either, because I think it was one of those things that got pushed out when it was pretty much like ready to go. Well, like it was like not ready to go, but it got pushed out when like, you know, a lot closer to like being more fleshed out, and that's what I'm kind of hoping doesn't happen with Subnautica 2. But if it does come out like next year and all this and all these things need to be added to it, then I kind of fear something like that happening. I might do it just to keep busy until more Subnautica 2 news is out. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Subnautica 2 at this point in time. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think I'm kind of once again in that territory, because like I'm not like cautious, like I'm not like, oh, I shouldn't support it at all. Like I still think I would want to support it when it comes out, because the developers put a lot of work into it, but I want to hear more about things before I make a solid decision, I think. And I also I'm really debating like my day one support that I was gonna have before. And we're kind of back into that phase, yeah. Because like really a whole bunch of stuff happened, but really we're kind of back at square one again, because nothing we don't really know the truth yet. We know like allegations and stuff that seems to be legally backed, or maybe legally backed in the case, but obviously that's not really enough to go off of to actually decide if you should support it or not. And there's also the matter of like just supporting it later into development, like not in early access. Which, I mean, I personally would like to support a game like this in early access, so I can give them the feedback. Because I usually don't do that. I'm not usually that kind of player, but I think for a game like Subnautica, I would really want to be in that kind of position. But if it comes out in this state and it kind of becomes a bit of a Below Zero 2.0, then I don't know. Because I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't around for Below Zero's development. I didn't see what it could have been like or anything. Like I kind of course talked about like, oh, it would have been cool if we had all these biomes and leviathans and stuff, or if the story was a little bit different and not like all these like lines and stuff everywhere. I think a lot of my criticism does still stand even after playing the game, and I know they're probably going to learn from that for Subnautica 2, but I think there's a lot of things that they're kind of already being forced into, like the development timeline, which we don't really know too much about the actual truth of that, whether they're actually just in a rock and a hard place, or if they actually were meant to be kind of like putting more into it. Damn, there's a mod just like the salvage mod that lets you make ion cube or use ion cubes to make materials. Really? That's pretty powerful. I mean, it's kind of a fun little thing, like later game, I guess. Get rid of that. Just for the hell of it, you know? One of those things. Just to go to the fabricator and just make any resource you really need. Or whatever you can make with that mod. It's kind of funny. And it's funny how like I literally rolled a wheel with like all the biomes I hadn't based in for mobile, and I literally got the mountains biome. I think for the PlayStation I will do my starter base in the sparse reef, just because I thought that was a really solid spot for a hardcore save because there's not much going on there. Would have been nice if I knew about it before. Yeah. Yeah, damn. Yeah, imagine. Jeez, that would have been cool. You're Brent. Old Minecraft train is really quite beautiful. What is that? These towers of nether portals. For you too, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, especially with my duplicate one that I found from the mod. Remember that one? The jank one? Oh my gosh. The one like the Grand Reef. Just chilling there randomly. An ion fabricator. Oh yeah. There was a lot of Bork structures in that series. So so much wanted to return to the game with nothing like that. Grand Reef stretch task, yeah. Just like return to the game with nothing like that. Just play the game as the devs intended. Not going behind the Aurora and finding the friggin' another friggin' whole thing going. But I still stand by that thing that we were talking, or I talked about in Below Zero today about like the friggin' Reaper and Leviathan spam. The utter spammery of Reapers and Subnautica is crazy compared to Below Zero. Although, I mean, it is kind of fun to fill up the areas like that with Leviathans and stuff, because like in Below Zero, there's really just like these like really empty areas in a lot of spots. I mean, it is the Arctic though, Arctic waters to be fair, but still. Precursor facility with the Garg, yep. Yeah, a bunch of those. God, that save is like littered with precursor buildings, like everywhere. And I was finding them up until the end, like the last episode, I was still finding them by accident. I think it's BS in the Fabricator Caverns, to be honest. I could see it. I think Subnautica 2 will probably take a page out of that book again. I won't even kid you. I'm sure there will probably be lots of stuff, or not lots, but there will be like moments like that where there's just like leviathans and things in small caves like that. Maybe not quite to that level. I think that's pretty egregious, but I think there will be something like that in Subnautica 2. I'm hoping though that we do get a lot more deep areas, like that aren't like in caves and stuff. Because I mean, obviously doing it through caves is probably easy, but I really like those like deep down areas that like you're still like you can still see like the top of the water. Not maybe not the top of the water. There's like fog or whatever, but like I still like those kinds of areas, like the blood kelp or whatever. So I'm hoping for stuff like that. And that area with like the first Leviathan, like the one that's coming to early access, I'm very interested about that. It's mostly just because you have to leave your vehicle unattended with 2 Shadow Leviathans where you spend like 10 minutes building every component, getting through that cutscene. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. And they're like right next to it too. Ugh. Do I wanna? I guess I could go under the water here. Yeah, might as well. If it doesn't like go up to the surface, it kind of does. Might be able to sneak. Not really. And don't even get me started on the ice worm. The ice worm, yeah, that was a time. Snow fox who? I just really hope something positive happens with Subnautica too, because I really think that game has a lot of promise. It looks like they're really kind of taking a page out of Subnautica once again. So I'm very intrigued. And hopefully the fact that that like base idea can carry forward somehow. Somewhere. Subnautica Mobile. That's pretty funny. How much of the ocean has been explored? More than 8% of our oceans is unmapped. Or 80%. More than 80% of our oceans are unexplored, unmapped, unobserved. Much remains to be learned. Send the dude and his Cyclops and the ocean will be fully explored within 2 months or less. True. You just send Riley and his Cyclops and you'll be good. The ocean will be explored. All the Leviathans in our oceans will be found. It's great. Actually, I think it'd be better if I looked at the QMod stuff for Bull Zero if I'm gonna do the other story soon. Yeah, there might be some good stuff with like the old story. Who knows, right? That would also benefit both of us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the things when I was really into like Below Zero, I think something that they like missed with the Frozen Leviathan, I think was like some kind of element of like threat with it like breaking out. Like some kind of like stake to that situation. Cause it was just like, oh, cure the Frozen Leviathan. That was it. It didn't really feel like a very Subnautica-y thing. I guess that's another thing that I remember like when I first like watched the Below Zero content. I was like, oh, that was kind of underwhelming. Or at least something like with it, like a bit more spooky, rather than just being like this like dead creature. Cheats unlocked. What? Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. Oh wow, is that the ion cube one? You can basically make anything with it. You can make feces. Yo, you can make gas pods. I don't even know what that other one is. Ah, that's great. Would have been great for the beluga. Yeah. Yep, it would have. New plant on Subnautica. It's just a bone shark that got impaled. Yeah, this is a pretty, I mean, that's a pretty fair thing. This person says, what below zero is lacking is big open areas with scary leviathans. Below zero areas are too cramped and small. Other than that, I like the game. I think that's a pretty fair critique. I noted on that, with like a lot of the areas being like claustrophobic and more like deep, like kind of, they just kind of like, they're more like little narrow caves rather than anything. And a lot of like the big vast areas don't really have anything going on in them. Unfortunately. That's what I think like something like the Deep Arctic would have done very cool with. Like, or like the methane caves. Would have been very interesting. Gosh, the development below zero. I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of all caused from like the stir with like all the changes and things with the game. All sorts of differences in direction. Yeah, I was most scared of the lily pad islands because they are open, deep, and had huge creatures moving around, even though there were no threats. I think lily pads was actually one of the more threatening places to me at the time because I hadn't seen like the tree spires or anything when I played the game initially. So I thought like the lily pads like this like creepy area with like all sorts of crazy shit, but not really in reality. I think tree spires is probably the best example of like a big area in below zero, but I think there definitely could have been more of that. Oh, the lily paddler was crazy. Oh, that's also interesting. Yeah, I guess they do hide a lot of the smaller biomes away with like more difficulty of seeing, like more fog and stuff like that. Yeah, does deeper always mean better? Hmm. Does being a 4 have 4 diamonds? Indeed I do. Oh, yeah, were you gonna stop at mine? Or no? I was gonna do that for 500, but I decided not to. I can probably make it from here. Quite a bit of iron. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like the compatibility, like how do you know which versions will be for what things? Some mods for Qmod 3, some other ones for Qmod 4. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, you'll figure something out, I'm sure. I see. Bag inventory is probably the only notable one. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's kind of it. I mean, it is quite difficult to mod a past version, especially. I'm assuming a lot of the mods don't really specify what version they're for, or what that kind of thing. Obviously, it's not like Minecraft. Minecraft's a very easily moddable game that way because of that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. If I end up doing something like that, I probably will just play vanilla. I'm not even gonna bother trying to troubleshoot. Yeah, everything just says Qmod, yeah. It's the one thing about other games like Subnautica like that, you know, modding them, especially in older things. I mean, obviously it wasn't really intended, but yeah, it's not really. Not Qmod 4, Qmod 3. Oh, it just says Qmod? Oh, that's rough. What is not saved? Oh, Farlandiversary video. Bah, that one's already been uploaded. Yeah, because if it's a Qmod 3, then I know it would work. Yeah. Ooh, hidey hole time again. Another 2 hours. Still not the end of the episode yet, though. It's not over, I say so. However, on the latest version that supports the old story, a lot of features were already cut. Yeah. Like, I want to play a version of Below Zero that has a lot of the old stuff still around. The biomes and stuff were already gone. Yeah, they were moved pretty early on, those two, to be fair. From my research anyway, it seems. Sleep, but don't suffocate. Yeah. It's an easy ask. Right back onto the ocean. Oh, out into the open. Coordinates almost resynced too. We'll see how it goes. So if I go even further back, then I could try Qmod 2, which seemingly has better options. But like, I mean, like that point, Blaze, is it really worth it to go through all that troubleshooting just to mod an old version of Subnautica or Subnautica Below Zero? I don't know. Although I guess if you do figure out some actual kind of system after a whole shitload of troubleshooting, then I'd probably be interested in hearing about it. By some miracle, if it does something and it does getting cobbled together. It's not as much to check anyway, because not many mods even came out back then. Yeah. With a line in the sand. Beta terrain. What a weird terrain system. Love it for that. Well, first yawn. Doesn't hurt too much. Yeah, that's fair. I'll take a gander. Really? Damn. Wait, there's Subnautica 1 title music in Below Zero? That's crazy. In the first early access. I think I gotta check out some of these versions. Oh yeah, I remember that from when the YouTubers originally played the early access versions. There's that and like the weird like bases that are like fully built, like they look like regular old bases, not like the ones we see in Below Zero now. Like something a player would build. It's really weird. And there's also like the creatures, and that's probably the one with like the deep lily pad with the jelly shroom. Beautiful, beautiful Below Zero-ness. Definitely not Subnautica at all. That's true, though. I wonder if it was going to be a DLC. They didn't massacre my boy yet. All the scraps have been cleaned up. Well, it's interesting that they were there in the first place. I wonder if it was like why that happened. I wonder if it was just like they ripped a bunch of stuff from Subnautica, and that's just kind of some of the remnants, and they just got rid of it, kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised. Or if they need like test creatures or something. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I that's pretty neat. Just verified the trigonometry behind Journey to the Farlands, and yes, walking to the corner is in fact another 5 million blocks. Wait, what is... Oh, do I have a backspace? Oh, I want to see exactly how many blocks it is. It's actually 5,198,720, so it is like another half. An additional half of the journey. Beautiful. So yeah, Leupho and I are right. Well, Leupho mainly, because Leupho said square root 2, which is what it actually is. Little trigonometry. Yeah, you do 12,550,821 journeys faster, both of them, or you just do the 17,749,541 walk journey itself, which is what I'm doing right now. Oh wow, yeah. As soon as I go build to the Reaper is back. The Reaper. I remember when someone had like the mod that added like the Reaper, and then the developers like told them to take it down. That was funny. That wasn't funny, but Oh, really? Oh, so early access build 5 contains the last of the old story. Right. That's interesting that it changed twice. Meanwhile, Subnautica had like pretty much no story in the beginning, like at all, apart from like the Aurora thing about like the ship crashing or whatever. I don't think there was like anything really like life pods or bases or anything. It's still closer to the old story though, just a few things like voice actors were different. I see it was starting to change, but it's not quite there yet. Not as major as the next story. You're right. I see, I see. Oh, okay. Already by that point. Well, I guess it was not that big of a surprise, but yeah, the unfortunate tale of below zero. Still build 8 and 8.1, just between 8 and 9. Probably in trouble at this point because writers want more money and left because of it. I've been so often in the gaming industry. Well, just in general, I guess people want more money, they get kicked out. Tale as old as time. New hidey hole. After all that, that means we keep going. Oh, I'm not tired yet. It actually just hasn't hit me yet. It'll probably hit me in like a half hour or something. Just not stopping. Journey to the Farlands. Final push type shit. I didn't even realize how much was in the early access build of Subnautica. Like, it was that close to being done, pretty much, eh? That's crazy. And they just paved over it all after the issues. He wants to hear more Below Zero. Yep, of course. What's that part of Subnautica? Oh, that part, repairing the auroras, is pretty solid. The first time was with the ice sheet and unused area I showed you when you were exploring the wraparound, roughly around build 4 or 5. Ah. Yeah, they literally just walled everything off and called it a day. Deeper areas, deep caves beyond the crystal caves. What? You're tripping. I mean, I guess in deep lake pad, but you're tripping. Because the deep Arctic led to like the methane caves. And then we were like, nah, maybe we can do it again. Let's try with Hover Zone 3. Nah, never mind. What was like that part of Below Zero that was really like a slog? Like, cause Subnautica, well not slog, but like that part, I think like for Subnautica was definitely like repairing the Aurora. I was like, oh no, like every time. Maybe not so much a slog, just like section. Do you ever see the ice dragon concept art? Yeah, it looks so cool. They did so much concept work for it too. They had all the different like eyes, and you could definitely see where it would have fit in like a big open Arctic area. It would have been so sick. Frozen breath attacks. Yeah. Oh, I don't need all this stuff. Definitely would have been one of probably my top one in Below Zero. Because I really like the Sea Dragon and regular Subnautica, so I feel like I would have liked that one too. I'm still shocked that build one had all the creatures. Yeah. Okay, maybe like the repairing the Aurora equivalent in Below Zero is like just the Crystal Cave section. Even in modern day Below Zero, you can give yourself the radiation suit. Yeah, you can give yourself all sorts of stuff. They had like half of Subnautica in there. They just missed the biomes and stuff. Half the item, all those sorts of items. Some odd looking beepers though. Yeah, I don't know what they put in the water for those chaps. Green peepers is crazy. Okay, who going behind the Aurora to get friggin' Cyclops parts? That's crazy. Oh yeah, the continent enemy was called Deep Lily Pad Shrooms. Deep Lily Pad Shrooms, you say? Deep Shrooms, maybe. You could even shorten that too. Deeper Shrooms. Less deep. Because, man, I remember when I like first played Below Zero. Well, I mean, I definitely didn't play it with like the friggin' jelly shroom, that's for sure. But I remember when I played it and there was like the deep lily pad area, and I was like kind of like free cam or whatever it was I was in. And the deep lily pad was just so gas back then. It was so good. And I legitimately thought that that was the entrance down to the crystal caves. I didn't, I did not even know there was one in the purple fence or in the by Marg's base there. I mean, like, when I played it again and I found Marg's base, I was like, oh, this is definitely where like a deeper area is. Which one? Build when you're able to find the resource. You give yourself that looked like an outcrop, which was by the jelly shroom. Ah, see, I see. God, good play, Mike. I found the next deep fried, where it shows every block as like a weird like dynamic texture. Like it's kind of weird. I'll send it to you. We ain't doing that. It's just a pain to look at in a different way than deep fried was. Huh, I wonder if I'm going to reach 11 million tomorrow. Oh, and speaking of outcrops, oh my gosh, yeah, I forgot that like Below Zero has like a dozen outcrops, or had a dozen, like so many outcrops planned. Because even in like the final game, there's so many. Arginite, Calvinite, and Galvanite. Now we got silver outcrop, gold outcrop, and lead outcrop. Wait, what? No, yeah, I know. Obsidian outcrop from Subnautica, anyone? Bye. Jason was here? Do you know about basalt outcrops? Yeah. Yeah, anyway, again. No, I just got here. Oh, well, bye. That's how we introduce each other. Blaze Aqua, bye, beam man. Yes. Yes, goodbye. Hi. Hi, Blaze. I'm just kidding. Whew. 1.6 million to the Farlands. Lots of way to go, but we'll get there. Make it one day. I've been delaying editing. Oh yeah. I might edit tomorrow. Yeah, I probably won't though. I might just do Journey. What? Doing Journey? Imagine. I'll probably take like one day, I don't know, later this week or something to edit both the episodes there, just so I can have them off the plate. Journey to the fluff. Oh, I'm doing it this short. Actually, you know what? I could try to. Oh, the boat's probably gonna run away on me. Sad. Absolutely saddening. Absolutely devastating. I also need to go through my inventory a bit. That's what I said I was gonna do. I need to get rid of some stuff. I always like a bit of sping cleaning, sping chilling. Celsius 1. I don't even know what I should get rid of though. The discs. I probably don't even need music discs. I can get them at the Farlands. There's spawners at the Farlands. Wait. I wonder if spawners do generate at the Farlands. That'd be really weird to see. But it got auto-corrected to salt. Salt. Oh, I think I should get rid of my discs. Mushrooms are fine. That's the trouble with me is I can't let go of things, you know? I'm like, oh, I need arrows. Why? I could always find more spawners. I need to make more room for boats. It's me more boats. Ooh. There's 2 boats. Life or death. Who knows? It could be the death of me. The man-eating boat bug. Well, even though that one actually hasn't even come back since. Although I do the boat hopping. But that was like the only. It was funny that Sad mentioned that's like the only way Kurt J. Mac ever died in like the 13 years or whatever of like Farlands or bust. It was from that freaking boat bug. And I died like 3 times to it. Didn't learn my lesson. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I should start hopping in the boat again. Oh yeah, I have extra logs. I got rid of the logs at least. I'm not holding as many logs anymore. I don't really need like a stack of logs on me anyway. I wonder if mercury or magnesium is in below 0. I don't think they would be. Unless they literally just like ported Subnautica to below 0 pretty much. Like a 1-to-1, but I don't think they did, obviously. Ion cube or ion matrix. Anyone? Mercury? Zinc? There's a lot of weird things in like early Subnautica. Like even stuff you need to craft things with. Like you need to make like acid, use acid mushrooms to make stuff and to make batteries. So in build 1, I went into the void, which was a pain to find because everything was just walled off. Oh. And then a ghost showed up. What? I was like, just curious types Reaper. What? What? See, dragon spawns and dies. It ate me. That's a cool release Minecraft mod. Don't see that one very often. And spawn a bunch of things, including a cuttlefish. That's crazy that there's still even remnants of that stuff now. Like, I mean, I guess they just don't really care about the debug stuff like that, but yeah, they removed a whole bunch of the old stuff, so I'm surprised they actually kept stuff around or like didn't scrub it all. That's why build 1, yeah. Build 2 got rid of them all, yeah. Is there? No, there's not a way to get through from here. No boats necessary. I get rid of 1 boat. I'm getting rid of a lot of inventory space. I'll get rid of the disc. I'll get you guys back later. Don't worry. I only have a diamond to make a jukebox anyway. And you're not even from any important place anyway. No, those are the first things I ever got. I literally left the discs at Outpost 1. Not that I would have them now anyway, but you know. A lot of death and corruption and dismay. Glad my diamond survived the power outage. Oh, what am I doing here? Look at that. That is some boatage. That is better. I go through a lot of boats in Journey here. Yeah, warpers in below 0. Tablets in below 0. The Aurora. Yeah, the tablets. Unfuckable Aurora and below 0. Oh my gosh. No way. Oh, that's cool. I definitely gotta do something like that in Minecraft. The command explode ship. Wait, what? Is there actually? Oh, that's cool. Lady Agnes Dinnerbone Jebba Notch in. Okay, that's actually really cool. I might send that to you. Used to do something, but not in publicly accessible builds. Oh. And at one point you were able to spawn it though. I don't know what pre-build that would have been. That's crazy. Huh. So I guess my whole thing about it being like a Subnautica rip was actually might have been serious. Then it might have literally just been like a rip of like a version of Subnautica, just like with the train stripped or something. Like it was just some kind of like mesh of the two. Because like in like development, I guess it would make sense to just use Subnautica as like your base. It probably was. Yeah, that's my guess. But the more and more I hear, it just seems like it was just kind of that was used for. I don't think it would be like this entirely new thing with just like subnautica stuff brought in or whatever, because they wouldn't bring all these creatures and things in. It would definitely have to be like a version of subnautica that they just like built off of for below zero. Also, Seedrug was what I didn't build to, and Seamoth got nerfed immediately because it couldn't be docked into the moon pool anymore. Crazy work. Ooh. Oh, I'll wrap up at 7 hours. Yeah, that time flew by. Well, I got a lot more resources, but I'm not doing the old natural hidey hole again. Not doing another hour. I'm feeling the tired. This is making me question what I want to do with the Bull Zero series. Ah, yeah, yes, the big debacle. Oh, yeah, I should make some boots. Let me do that. Oh, yeah, I got rid of my iron ingots. All for a friggin' boat. God, I'm jumping under the friggin' bus for boats at this point. Based on my discoveries. Yes. I definitely want to play through like the old story for sure, just to see what it was like. Because I remember like vaguely watching it, but I don't remember a whole lot about it. It'd be kind of fun to check out the game in an older state like that. Build 8.1 is actually completable, so maybe I'll do that. That's a good idea. Well, mods either, but I wouldn't need it because it still uses sub 1 movement physics. So the prawn is massacred by that point. What do you think of Bozio's slower movement? I don't think I really like noticed it that much. Like, I don't think it was like that big of a thing for me. Would it be, I mean, nicer if it was like Samaka? Yeah, but it's also a smaller map. You don't really need to go that fast. The Sea Glide wasn't that slow to you. I don't know. I feel like I was like the Sea Glide was very underutilized. I mean, I guess like in Subnautica, you could move on to the Sea Moth pretty quickly. So it's just kind of like going from like somewhere to like your Sea Truck or wherever it's not, or like your Sea Moth or your Sea Glide or whatever. So I don't think it was really that big of a deal for me. The game just becomes like this reliance on like the Sea Truck simulator basically. Like you get the Sea Truck and then it's just like swim to the Sea Truck or swim to the Sea Moth. I mean, it makes sense though, but like below zero relies heavily on like going by foot everywhere, like to the deeper areas usually in the start of the game anyway. Which is interesting. Because Subnautica is kind of like that, but it's only like a little like bit of depth. It's not like a good ways like you sometimes is there. Good evening. Good evening. That was the biggest complaint of all the time playing. It wasn't anything else. Yeah, it didn't even bother me. And the prawn thing, it only really bothered me when I was like being a dumb and I was like grappling when I probably shouldn't have grappled. I get behaved pretty well most of the time. Obviously, like the slowed and like the jets will like jumping was kind of annoying. That was probably one of the only things that like kind of pissed me off a little bit, but I kind of got over that after a while. But I'm that kind of player. Like I kind of just get used to things. And then it was like when I played both those games at the same time, I'd be yeah, that was the time playing both Subnautica and Below Zero. But how you doing? How you doing? Anyway. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to do it at the same time. Yeah, it was a bit of a switch up. I remember because that was when I was just like I remember the first time I did it, and I was just getting into Below Zero for the first time. Because I did it twice actually. I went to Below Zero twice, and I actually ended the initial one because I didn't want to do it alongside Subnautica. And also, I did a lot of progress in a short amount of time. It wasn't even long streams either. You just like got, I got like all sorts of stuff, like the prawn in episode 1, and all sorts of things. I would have been mad at Below Zero's slower speed if I did it at the same time. But that it's like unbearable. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like unbearable. It makes some of like the caves. I found like a lot of the caves were kind of chancing it unless you had like the right oxygen tank. I guess that's kind of like gatekeeping certain things behind like a certain oxygen tank level. So I guess that makes sense. But it just means for like these arduously long underwater tunnels as well. I noticed that was a big thing as well in Below Zero. I don't know how I really felt about like all the claustrophobia with all the tunnels everywhere. Maybe because I played Below Zero recently. Yeah, maybe. Because my first death was in Below Zero, or was so bullshit in the MS store run. I think like one of the points of the game where it really goes that way, I think is like the mine. I think that's where you really get screwed up with the Sea Glide. I remember that being a real pain both the times I did that. That's like what I mean, like having to go places by foot like that. Like you have to go pretty deep into like, these like strange spots, or like the lily pad caves, or trying to think of like areas like that, like the just like caves and stuff like that, like the deep ones. If the Sea Glide went around 10 meters per second, then I would have survived. In Subnautica 1, it's like 10, around 10, around 11. Or around 10 to 11, oh yeah. I don't know what it is in Below Zero, but it felt like a lot less. Let's see. That's in Subnautica. It's 11 in Subnautica. Around 10, 11. No way. Is it really that much slower? This is the Below Zero page, right? Yeah, this is for Below Zero. It's crazy. 2.62 meters per second in below zero. That's like a quarter. Less than a quarter. It didn't feel that slow. I mean, it was not fast at all, but sheesh, yeah. It was changed from a fixed speed to a speed bonus that is still affected by other bonuses and penalties. So it has like penalties to it. So you guide Subnautica. The Subnautica page says top speed of 11 meters per second. Below zero page says increases the swim speed of the player by 2.62. So it's the player speed plus 2.62. That's not like the actual speed of it. On a full charge, the sea glide can travel approximately 3,800 meters. What about Subnautica? What about a full charge in Subnautica? Oh yeah, it's the same. Would be the exact same, yeah. But so it's by 2.62. So what's the player speed in like below zero? Base swim speed is 4.54 underwater and 4.88 on surface. I don't know if that's right. That's the AI thing. I don't want to go with that off the hop. Swimming speed. Base speed is 5.75. It seems right then. This is 4.54 and below zero. So 4.54 plus 2.61 or so. Yeah, it's still pretty slow. It's like 3/4. So it's like 25% slower. That would make more sense. I didn't think it was that slow. Like a quarter of the speed is a little extreme. Like you would be like a snail in comparison. It's a ballpark. It's not exact, but it would probably be somewhere around there. Oh, my boat's gone off the rocker a bit there. Yeah, that's where I just was. Yeah, it shows like the penalties and stuff. Yeah, 4.54. So yeah, I was right. Yeah, 4.54 was it? And then Subnautica is 5.75. So your swimming speed by default is already slower. But we're also comparing Riley to Robin, so. Oh, they might just swim differently or something. Why the fuck is the game nerf you in the Mercury too? It nerfs you in the Mercury too? Wait, what? Exploring the Mercury 2 minus 1.53 meters per second. I didn't even know this. They're trying to kill you. Oh my god, that's crazy. And that's like the biggest decrease as well. Or biggest like penalty. So oh, that's good. That's great, really, honestly. Just truly. Oh, is there oh okay, I'll just keep going. I mean 71,000. Okay, that's pretty good. Well, I mean I'm at like 60,000 for today, so that's pretty good. I think that's still above the curve. Who knows at this point? I don't even know what the curve is. I don't know who the curve is, but 60,000 was nothing to scoff at. It was like 908 or whatever what I started with today. That'd be just over 60,000. It's not really a big crazy marathon day anyway. That's so dumb, bro. Why they do that? That's an interesting decision. What if there's like a Reddit thread about it? I doubt it. That's weird though. Let's make players struggle to find the parallel processing unit. Like it's not, they're not big wrecks to begin with. Like, why do we need to be slow? They're just trying to make, I think that's just like the effort of trying to make it like artificially like a longer thing to do. And more of a struggle. Okay, bro, trying to defend it. I'm just saying, it had a smaller map. Okay, there's reasonings. It's not like they just did it for no reason. Not saying that I agree with it. Do I think that like artificially trying to increase the play time by making certain things slower because of inherent map sizes and things is a good thing? Not really. But I'm just saying that it's not like a pointless addition. Like I could see what they're trying to do. I just don't really get it. But it's like, still, why? Well, that's an interesting comment. April 2019. Everyone complaining about the bladderfish, just play Freedom or Sandbox for now. It's too buggy and unstable to reliably play Survival or Hardcore right now. Also, I agree that the Sea Glide seems slower. I completely disagree with the assertion that it's not faster than swimming, as it is easily twice the normal swim speed. It is, however, slower. I don't know that it has anything to do with the map size, as I think Below Zero's map is already larger than the original. It just doesn't feel like it because so much isn't finished, but I think we are finally gonna get, when we finally get to final release, it's gonna be massive. Y'all are gonna want your Cyclops back by the end. Hell, we might even want the Atlas thing that people kept talking about for the original. Oh, so much hope. Gosh, this was just Below Zero. Certainly hope nothing like this happens with Subnautica 2, but honestly, with what's going on, who knows? Ice Dragon did show Cyclops in its art, or in the art. Yeah, if there was like the Ice Dragon area, like the Deep Arctic, I'm sure they would have had like another vehicle or something like the Cyclops. Maybe they would have returned the Cyclops even, who knows, but I don't know. A lot of the map seems pretty shallow for a Cyclops, but same thing with Subnautica in the middle. But is it enough? Was the is there enough of a reason to have a whole other vehicle like the Cyclops? That's the question. Is like taking into account all the unfinished biomes too? Because going purely based on what we have now, I think it doesn't really need something like that. Since we already have like the sea truck, the friggin' Timu Cyclops. But if there are more deeper areas, then sure, yeah. Subnautica 2 definitely. I'm sure if it has like a lot of deep areas in it, like Subnautica, then yeah, it'll definitely have some sub action like that. I don't really know how they would replace the Cyclops. I wonder what they would sub in for the Cyclops. Because like the Sea Glide is the Wake Makers, and then the kind of Sea Truck Sea Moth is like the Tadpole. So that's interesting. Then maybe I don't even know. I don't know what the Trident was supposed to be. I wonder if the Trident was like the Prawn or like the Cyclops level, or maybe it was just something else altogether. Oh, ooh. So much for being good about not taking damage today. One second I get distracted. I'm surprised that the sea moth still persists even today. Well, it's just like the items and stuff like that, or like the creatures that we spawned today. There's just like remnants. It's just like Minecraft has remnants of the past. Well, I know there actually are some textural things that even survived the texture update, funnily enough. But like even before the texture update, there was still like that weird thing in the minecarts that was from InDev or whatever it was. I think it was InfDev because that was when minecarts were added, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Ruby texture was still there. Yeah, there's like all sorts of like stuff like that with Minecraft. So games just have bits from the past. That's kind of how it works. Like, and especially if Below Zero started as like a Subnautica prototype mod, kind of branch fork kind of thing, then yeah, no doubt things would survive from that. And with like their unfinished areas, it would just made it easiest for them to just fill it all in with walls and things. And honestly, people playing the game now or upon release and not having known about those areas wouldn't even know. Like I know I didn't even know about the areas and stuff. It's not obvious in the game. They definitely did a good job of covering it all up because it's not too hard of a job to do, I'm sure. If you at least knew how to like do the terrain stuff. It's just throwing in walls and rocks and things. Because I don't think Subnautica has much like I don't think really much of anything like that. They polished Subnautica up pretty good. Oh yeah, I think I was gonna end the episode. That was probably what I was gonna do. I don't think I can go another hour. Well, I'll see if I can catch your stream tomorrow. I might be at work. If it's in the afternoon. If it's in like the morning, who knows? I'll probably just be doing some no commentary journey, so I might be able to see that if I do journey. Depends what I do, I guess. Dig out the floor a bit. Yeah, this diamond pick is beautiful. It's lasted me forever. Anyway, that is all for today. Quite the day. A 6-hour stream and a 7-hour stream. What? 13 hours of streaming in one day. Imagine. For real, yeah. But that is all for now. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Oh gosh, I yawned right when I had tried to do my outro. Thank you guys for tuning in, as always. Thank you, Blaze, for tuning in. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. All right. Peace.